Yeah. Yeah.
All right. There we go. Whoops, I clicky stuff. Well, I don't like how this is. Hold on. I don't like how this is. I need to be able to see my chat. Thank you. There we go. Good morning all. All right. What are we doing? Reconditioning launchpad, that's okay. What do we have? We have 14 engineers and 16 researchers. We got to get our bearings back a little bit because we have fallen back in time to the end of 1953. But that's not a bad thing. That is not a bad thing. research? There we go. We need to push avionics research up. That's going to be 1956 right now. We need more researchers. Okay. Good morning, everybody. If you're dropping in for the very first time. Whoops. Didn't mean to do that. We have had one hell of a time getting Kerbal to work. But we may have finally done it. The downside. Because there's always a downside, right? What? Why is... Why is that our mission flag? How do I change that? That can't be right. There's got to be a way to change it. But I don't know how. Whatever. We're getting the stock Kerbal Space Program flag, I guess. I know there's a way to change it. Hold on. Hold on. Don't save. It doesn't bug me. It doesn't bug me. It doesn't bug me. Okay, I admit it. It bugs me a lot. Settings? Oh, I know there was a way to change the flag, but I cannot for the life of me remember how to do so. This button? Okay, that's definitely not it. I don't see any changes when I click that one. What's this one? What's this one? What's this one? I don't know what that did. Did something. Okay, that's fair. What's this one? Oh, hello. Okay, what's this one? Okay, what's this one? Alright, anyway, let's dive right in. So, I apparently, maybe, possibly... Oh, you know what? I did this wrong again. We have to go back out. Maybe, possibly, sort of, maybe, just, maybe fixed everything. We're going to go to Mission Control, RP1. What do we have active contract? You know what? That's RP1. Reach a suborbital trajectory. And so we have to breach 140 kilometers still. Another thing, so that's where we're sitting here, and it's taken us 3 years to get here. That's okay. Administration building. Suborbital research. We're going to take this. Alright. So that gives us more funding, and I'm pretty sure we can do all of those. Click on the flagpole in front of the astronaut complex. Ooh, Luke, you are just a lamb. This one? Oh, we can change it. But what do we change it to? You think? You think maybe? What are our options? I'm always a big fan of the winter owl. I kind of like this one. This one would be funny because we're not on Kerbin, we're on Earth. So that one would be pretty funny. Decisions. I kind of like the look of that one, though. I'm not going to lie. Oh, you know what? We're going to do the RP1 logo. That's what we should do. All right, so back to what I've been trying to say. So I uninstalled and reinstalled the mod pack. Mike Aben recently put out a video, and I say recently as a relative term, explaining how to do an RP1 Express install. So I uninstalled everything that we did and did it his way. So this is what we're left with now. And I remember someone trying to tell me how to make this look better, but I cannot for the life of me remember how we did that. So we're just going to live with what we have for now. I think it's on Eve. I don't want to mess with anything. Yeah, we're not going to mess with anything. I am going to be happy with how it's working now. But during the installation and changeover, we now don't have access to any of the rockets we've built previously. So if I try to open up, the game doesn't understand the parts that we used anymore. So everything that we've built is unavailable. So we're just going to go ahead and go through, in the interest of saving space, and staying a little bit organized. Can I just not have the Kerbal one? There we go. We can delete all of them. Because with the mod packs being all wonky and weird, I doubt we'll ever get to use any of these again. Which is okay. We're starting a little bit fresh. I did really honestly consider just starting a whole new save file and start over from scratch. But I don't think there's a need for it. Oh, see, now it lets me choose a flag here. Well, that's certainly odd. Which one did I pick just now? I think it was the Kerbalism. Where's the Kerbalism? Where was the Kerbalism patch? Or it was the RP1 patch. That's what we chose. Where's that at? Here, little buddy. Where's my RP1 patch? There it is. Accept. There we go. So, we need to get up to 140 kilometers. Now, the other... what? Blast it all. The other thing is look at all the engines we have access to now. So, we were using the U1250 at first. So, we have the XLRI1. The XLR 10? Wait, is that 11? Oh, that's XLR 11. The XLR 10. The NAA 75, which is the Redstone. Yes, the Redstone. The power plant of the Redstone missile, originally designed for... how do you say that? Ethanol, for ethanol locks. It was later adapted to use the Hydina locks for 6% more performance in the Jupiter C and Juno 1. When adapted for crewed use under Mercury, the A7 used with the original Ethanox mixture, Ethalox, I think Ethalox is the proper, accepting slightly lower performance for the lack of toxicity. TVC was provided by carbon thrust vanes, oh man, and additional altitude control was provided by actuating fins in the guidance section. Oh, that's interesting. Sup, nerds? Tweaky. KSP, yeah, not gonna stay for long. I'm not feeling well today. Cool guy, that's sad, man. I hope you start feeling better, but I am very grateful that you chose to come in and say, hey, I hope you get better. Get some warm beverages. Take a break. Close your eyes. Get some sleep. Try to get it out. I hope it passes quickly. Alright, so first things first. We need... so, we're trying to get to 140 kilometers. Ooh, we do have the Veronique, too. Mike Aben used this on his current playthrough. Alright, let's start looking at some numbers. Atmospheric thrust is 24.5 at 0.1 ton. That's 39.2 for the Veronique. Ooh, 92 for the XLR10. Where was the XLR1? Or the 11? That's 24, so the 10 is still significantly better. And this is from the Viking sounding rocket intended to replace the V2. The Viking sounding rocket was successful, but ultimately canceled due to high costs. It was revived to create the first stage of the Vanguard launch vehicle, with the XLR-10 modified to create the XLR-50. Huh. What else can we learn about this? It does need ground support clamps, and it is subject to ullage, which, of course, we knew that. It's 92 kilonewtons. So 92 kilonewtons is the price to beat right now. The Tiny Tim. I don't know. I think we go with the XLR 10. 24. I'm thinking this is the winner for right now. What was the U1250? Hold on, let's open up the engine GUI real quick. $17 kilonewtons, 19 kilonewtons, and what are we working with? 92. What did I just say that one was? I already forgot. $19. Okay, yeah. I think we have a wiener. Not gonna, Surely we'll get to space this time. Yes. And surely we'll have an easier time with it with the better variety of engines at our disposal. Surely we'll manage to get the 3K downrange. You don't jinx it. We can only hope. Now, the other thing is I think we need to cover this engine up. Because that's a lot of working, moving parts. Do we have... What engine options are there available? Is it under part? No. Is there... Hold on. Yeah, there's no variants available. Okay. What we need to know before we get going too far, and I can't wait for this one. Look at that thrust. 353 kilonewtons of thrust. Ugh! That's a sexy engine. Surely we'll have working engines. Well, yes, we'll have working engines, but please don't call me Shirley. Oh, and we have stickers. We can put text panels on and flags. Oh. Ooh. Does this mean... Hold on. Whoops. No, okay. I was wondering if that would give us multiple mounting points. Oh, what do we have here? Launch clamps. Medium launch clamps. Large, what is... Oh, that's neat. Umbilical tower. Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh my goodness, so many options. But before we do anything, we need to see... There's our ethanol. Okay. Oh my goodness, that's right. We need to put some kind of electricity in here. It's got electricity. What are you talking about, Kerbal? It has electricity. Let's put 2 tons. Let's go 3. Let's go 3 tons and 300 kilojoules, I guess. Alright, simulate. Heating up some popcorn and chicken nuggets. Heating up some popcorn. Oh, popcorn chicken nuggets. I was about to say, is popcorn and chicken nuggets, do those go good together? I'm not sure. Alright, so all we're doing is testing the engine time. We need to know if this 103 seconds is reliable. So... Oh, it sounds so good. Now, keep in mind, what we're doing here is we're watching this number, these 3 numbers right here. This one, and this. Right now, we can allegedly run this for 103 seconds before we worry about failure. So we're going to put that to the test just so we know how much fuel to put in. And I know some of you guys already know. Tweaky, Luke, Cool Guy, you guys already know this. But if anybody drops in and they don't know what's going on, I kind of try to... Oh, wow. See, that's not good. We had only 40, less than half. Alright, so 40 seconds is the time to beat. We'll pin that up. could just do this. That's interesting. That is interesting. Only 40 seconds out of the 103 that it's rated for, which is, it happens. It happens sometimes, but we need to see if we can do better than that. I would like to do much better than that. It'd be really awesome if we could push this to 120 seconds. We're at 73 seconds. And our mean time between failures is not moving, which is awesome. It's awesome possum. By the way, I hope you guys had a great week. Any kind of news going on? Anything good in life? Anything bad in life? I hope not. Alright, we're coming up on 103 seconds. That mean time between failures is not dropping. There it goes. It's starting to drop now. But that does mean I think we could push this to 120 seconds. Man, we could probably get substantially more out of it. I would almost be comfortable with 140 seconds at this rate. Same old thing that goes on every day for me. That is not a bad thing, Tweaky. Sometimes you have to count your blessings and... Man, there it goes. So, I mean, we got 170 seconds out of it. I would say maybe start off at 120 and see what happens. Let's start off at 120 and see how it goes for us. Yeah, Luke, that was great. And it's funny. I cut... Excuse me. I cut out almost 2 hours from that video. I spent almost an entire hour walking one way and an entire hour walking back, and I still do not understand why the battery didn't work, because I'm pretty sure that the battery I ultimately put back in the car was the same one that I took out of it. There's a lot of stuff in that game that I'm questioning my sanity on. Alright, so we have the biological samples and we have the early film camera. The film camera's a little bit on the heavy side. The biological samples, I need to see which ones are which. Alright, so we do have this neat little contract window. I'm not sure how to use this. Is it this button? I don't think I have it set up. Can I... These are all crude missions. Oh, okay. So that one's just... science. Let's call this one I guess we'll just name it for the engine. The XLR10. XLR10. That'll just be for now. So we don't have to start all over again when we come back. But yeah, I cut a lot out of that. And I feel like I should have cut more. One of the things that I spent the most time on that video was I cannot for the life of me figure out how to do the time warps effectively. The speed up times. Okay, so we can only have one contract available at a time, I'm assuming is the deal here. Alright, so let's just focus on one at a time then. All we have to do is reach a suborbital trajectory of 140 kilometers and return home safely. And return at least some of the vessel back for study. So ultimately it doesn't matter which science that we choose. So I'm thinking, which one was this again? This one. I think what we should do is use the early film camera because it's big and bulky. We need parachutes, procedural parachutes. Probably need a decoupler for that. There we go. Shift. And then I'm not going to worry about launch system right now. So let's first of all, okay, before we do anything, we need to, so what burn time does that give us? Can I get Delta V stats at all? Why am I not getting Delta V stats? I need to know what my run time is. Thank you. Get rid of that. McJeb, wake up. Hello, I need my stats. I don't know. Maybe it needs a it needs a launch clamp, I think. So let's go back into here. There we go. So that's 46 seconds. Let's increase the diameter here. Oh, that's too big. What's this one? 1.25. Okay. Okay, and then put this one at 1.25. Okay. So we have a burn time of 1 minute. Let's increase the length. So 60 and 60 is 120. That's 40. The thrust to weight ratio is still really good. A minute 40. 60 and 60 is 120. 130, 140. So that's 140 seconds. That's about where we want to push that to. Actually, I lied. It was good. I had pizza on Monday, 7 boxes of Domino's. So what's this new engine work in atmosphere and space? It should. So the atmospheric, what was the, I can't remember the stats. Oh, you bloody, there we go. The XLR10, we are working with a vacuum thrust of 110 kilonewtons. And an atmospheric thrust of 92.5 kilonewtons. And it requires In order to activate the engine, it requires ground support clamps. So, estimated burn time is about 103 seconds, which we're pushing that. Hey, made a replica of the first liquid fuel rocket. Yeah, don't be spamming, please. That's a little on the much side. I don't block very often, but that's a little bit much, man. I think 148 seconds is more than adequate for now. What's our tonnage at? Holy tonnage, we're at 7.5 tons already. Smooth cone. Needs to be much more pointy. Alright, so we have a little over 8 tons of controllable mass, so we'll set the controllable mass at 9. It's okay, I understand. I'm gonna call you TP, T-Penal. My phone used to do that all the time, so I understand that it might have been an accident, which is why I didn't just block you off the rip. I understand. What was our tonnage at? We'll put it at 9. Let's just set it at an even 10 for now. Because once... Apply and preserve dimensions. Use more stock parts. Stock parts are not available. We are in 1953. We're playing Kerbal Space Program. Do we buy procedural wing early? Oh, I forgot to see what core. Okay, so we are in the near Earth core. We do have controllable mass. Maybe we use controllable. Why is my dry mass so weird? Ah, that's why. So the first thing we can do is make them a little heavier. The Vostok. Since this is a new rocket, I'd try this on the holodeck. I'd try this on the holodeck. Make the Apollo 1. We are years away from that. We're about 10 years away from the Apollo program. We're only 3 years into the RP1 series. So now let's go ahead and tweak these out a little bit. We're gonna take the thickness all the way down there. But I'm curious if I want to move these up a little bit. No, we don't really want to move them up too much. Okay, that's fine. What we can do is twiddle with the offset. Mess around with the length a little bit. Oh! She's gonna fly. Very beautiful. Look at that balance. And we stayed less than 10 tons. We will probably have to build a new launch complex for this. But I think that'll be okay. This is the parachute, right? Yes. Open. No. How? I can't remember how to do this. Oh, wait, that's the decoupler. This is the parachute. Alright, so I'm not going to fiddle with it, but someone told me that if you don't do this, it may not work properly. So we did it. And J. Let's just. All right, now the next thing, oh, you know what I did forget to do? I forgot we need to cover this up a little bit. So let's do that. We can fix the balance again later, but what we need to do we have we'll do fuel tank. We'll do a procedural fuel tank. Now watch this magic. We need a hollow cone, and then we need to make the inner diameter bigger, I think, or smaller. Maybe. There we go. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. So now that's, what was this one at? Hold on, 1.25. So we need to make the outer .25 to match. The inner dimensions can be, that's fine. So, and then .25. We're going to increase the length a little bit. And then we will do that. Then we'll increase the length a little bit. There we go. This is just to protect the engine. I've been told it's a very good idea to protect your engine. Bottom. Can't really see. What do you guys think? Make the mercury redstone. We're a little bit away from that. Make the first liquid fuel ever, the Nell liquid launcher. Hello, Sandscan Pro. Sandscan Pro. Sandscan. Dude, trying to say your name really fast is something they should teach in elementary schools. And then a little bit longer on the length. I think that looks pretty darn good, I'd say. All right. Then can I do this? There we go. What a lovely little rocket we have here. All right, now change that to standby. The decoupler's good. That's good. Modular launch pads. Now I do have a current favorite. Where is it though? Where is it? There it is. Now we can get into here. Red. Alright, is everything else? Oh, we gotta fix that. Pull height. There we go. I think that looks better. Alright. She's simple. She's elegant. She's beautiful. Let's save it. And we'll do a simulate real quick just to see how she flies. Please like and subscribe this Apollo on KSP with the RP1 mod pack, the first new and improved launch of the game on PC. Yes, we do have... Oh, I never checked my staging. That could be a problem. We have a little over 400 hours on KSP. We're not going to use McJeb for this. We're just going to use stock SAS. So I played a little over 400 hours on KSP on the PlayStation 5 before we moved to the PC. Oh, our thrust to weight ratio got a little low on us. Last I checked Steam, I think we were up to about 30 or 40 hours on KSP on PC. Yes, she is a thick one. But she's flying, and she's flying perfectly straight. But I think we need to reduce the weight a little bit. I want to get that thrust to weight ratio up a little bit higher at launch, because we burned a lot of fuel just hovering there for a second. Yeah, Tweaky, that's what I was just thinking, that we need to reduce the amount of maybe reduce the fuel? Let's go back and take a look real quick. She's flying, she's balanced, and that's what I was really worried about. I did not realize that our thrust to weight ratio had fallen that far. Let's see what happens if we just take a tiny bit of the fuel out. That's all I did. We went from 83% to 60... What was it? Yeah, we'll keep it at 70%. Let's try that. New version of the Yo Mama Yo rocket. I will name this rocket Yo Mama. Okay, I'll do that just for you, Tweaky. And I, of course, did not fix my staging, because why would I do such a silly thing? SAS on. I also want to keep an eye on the electricity, so we'll do that too. Much better. And then if this all works, we'll give it a paint job, we'll do our tooling, and see how long it's going to take us. Honestly, with replicas, I don't think we have the technology, and I definitely don't have the know-how yet. If this was stock KSP, I could do replicas for you all day long. But to be very honest, I'm still learning the RP1 stuff. And this, I don't remember how high we need to be for this to work. So I might just keep an eye on that too. But I don't think we're going to get high enough to use it. And that is engine cutoff. So yeah, we're not going to get any. We need to maybe take off the camera. Maybe take, or white and gold. Paint the body blue and black, or white and gold. White and gold? That's, I am Iron Man. Yes! We are Iron Man. So let's take off that and see what that does. So can I put, I don't think we're going to be able to break the Karman line with just this though. I don't think this is going to have enough oomph behind it to break the Karman line. What can we do to alleviate that problem? We could switch right to multi-stage rocket. Let's do a bit of an experiment. Where is our procedural SRB? Is it in fuel tanks? No, it would be under engines. Where is our procedural SRB? Did I lose my procedural SRB in all this? That's the Nike. Well, that's not good. I relied on that SRB quite a bit. Oof, that's not great news. That's not great. We no longer have our procedural SRB. Yeesh. What to do? The 2-stage with the tiny Tim boosters got to 120. Do we have to unlock the SRB? Let's go find out. We're not going to save this for now. Let's go check our R&D. Basic solid rocket engines, the Nike, and the Aerojet. The baby sergeants wouldn't be a bad option here. Material science. it would appear that we don't have the procedural SRBs anymore. Which is okay. It is okay. We will make it work. This is 8 science, and we currently have 5. That's the procedural tank, decoupler, that's all of those. That's a lot to go through. We're not going to go through all that. So those procedural SRBs might have been lost in the mix. Do we have to unlock that SRB? What's research doing? I will show you. So if I bring up this, right now, research is doing avionics prototype followed by early rocketry. So this is projected to be done in 1956. But if we can finish these contracts out, then that will mean, if we finish the contracts out, that'll mean we can get, we can hire more researchers. So that means we need to get creative. So the problem is gonna be the parachutes. All right. Hold on a second, guys. I'm gonna run and grab another drink. I'll be right back. 2 seconds. Hey, all right. Let's just launch the rocket and get the sweet science. What are y'all doing? The Kerbinaut. We have readjusted the RP1 mod pack, and we've lost a lot of progress. So we're basically starting from 0. We could turn that off for now. Actually, no, I like having it on. But what button was that? What button was it? This one. So let's scroll down. We are working on this one. We need to get a suborbital trajectory, which is above 140 kilometers. And we need to return a piece of the vessel home safely. So, what I'm thinking, though, what I'm thinking. Let's save this and do a new one. So just bear with me for a second. Turn that off. So, do we have the engine upgrades for this? We do have the U1700 that we can go on. which gives us 17 kilonewtons. But the Veronique gives us 38. So let's do some research on the Veronique real quick. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on a second. What's this one? 24, 39.14. 24. The reaction motor XLR-11 was a small rocket motor designed to power the experimental high-speed aircraft, including the X-1. Oh! This is the engine we needed for the X-Planes contract. Got it. Okay. So, oh, it's already on there. So, we'll put the Veronique on here. Now, just bear with me on this. The Veronique is rated for a burn time of about 45 seconds, so we could probably push that to 60 seconds. Get rid of this. So this is going to be a science core, post-war avionics, with 300 kilojoules. And then what we're going to do is turn that into a smooth cone with nothing at the top, length, the diameter at the bottom. Where's that science at? Ah, I did it again. Oops, I did it again. Biological sample container, because this is a good way to tell how big this should be. So, diameter, let's drop that down a lot. That's still a little bit on the big side. Whoa, 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 why? Why would you do such a thing? You know what? It's fine. 400 is a nice round number. Okay, 400 is a nice round number. So what is this? Why are you not giving me a burn time? Is it because you don't have fuel in the tank? Fill for the Veronique. It is. Alright, so now we do length times width times height. What was our... Oh, I already forgot my run time. It was about 45 seconds. I'm pretty content with that. So let's cover up the engine. Do a hollow cone. So what was the diameter of this? 400 millimeters. So I just realized we don't have the KSP music anymore. And this, I think, has to be a little bit bigger, because if you look, the engine's not even mounted on it properly, so we'll do 500 there. That's a little bit better, at least. Maybe I'll figure something out to fix that. Let's just worry about this for now. Okay, now let's move this up into position. It's a little bit better, I think. I kind of feel lost without the KSP stock music playing. So now let's drop that down to 400. That's pretty all right, I think. Now, that was it. All right, now, bottom has to be 500. The top should be 400. It's not horrible. And then we can fill this for the Veronique. I mean, this is really, really, really good numbers. Alright, chat, sorry. No fuel in the tank, no ground information clamps. That bad boy gonna go super fast. Yeah, this bad boy, she's gonna go Ricky Bobby fast. Let's put some overlays on. Honestly, that overlay, it looks amazing. I'll leave that the same. Tweak this out a little bit. I wish I could get these all closer together. So what happens if I do this? No, I don't like that at all. I wonder how that's gonna fly. Hey, remember me? Of course, Ashton. We don't forget our friends. How is life treating you, my man? Let's see what flying this does. I think we need a little bit more Delta V, though. You know what we can do? Oops, we got to click that first. We can increase this by 2. See what that does. That's 2.45 still. I'd really hate to keep messing with it, but that's 120, 60, and 60 is 120. 60 is a minute. 70, 80. That's 83 seconds of burn time. I think we should see what that does before we tweak that anymore. I'd really like to know why my wet center of mass doesn't move. Let's see what this does. Every time I loaded up RSS, it crashed, so now I have a space station parts mod. So, Ashton, when you installed it, did you install it the slow way that I was doing, or did you... Mike Aben just released a new video recently explaining how to do an express install, and it fixed a lot of the problems that I was having. So, if you go check that out, it might help you with some of your problems. I don't promise anything, but it's worth checking into. You know what? I just want to see how this flies as it is. So let's get our... Where be you? What? What? There we go. So our thrust to weight ratio is 2.12, which means we may be able to do this. Is it shift? We may be able to do this with just this. There. I used CCAN. Yeah, every time I loaded up RES, it crashed, so now I have a... Okay. Yeah, you go to CCAN and in the search bar type in RP1 Express, and it should have an Express install option. Near. I don't think Ashton's ever had a rocket named after him, so... Let's make sure our staging is appropriate, which it is not. I guess let's just see how this goes. Simulate! I forgot something, and if anybody can tell me what I forgot in the chat before I do it, well, too late. I'm already going to do it. This needs to be high pressure. This also needs to be high pressure. This also needs to be high pressure. No problem, Ashton. Everybody gets rockets named after them eventually. let's see what happens. I'd say that was pretty good, but we did overburn our engine a tiny little bit, but I might have a solution for that. Is this operating yet? It is getting the biological samples study. So theoretically, this is not a bad build by itself. So let's revert to the editor. You forgot the parachutes. The Kerbonaut, you guys, I was trying to sneak it in there without anybody noticing. But yes, we forgot parachutes. Now, I want to know, what are the chances of us being able to recover this whole thing? I can't remember the button that we used for this. There it is. I think 2 will be enough. I don't know. Let's see what that happens. Wait, stop, cancel, save. Now simulate. This is gonna land nose first. Yeah. Yeah. Why not, right? Oh, we unbalanced it. Alright, hold on. I forgot to check the balance before we did all that. Oh, that's already on. It shouldn't be unbalanced. Yeah, that's way too big. Is it the parachute that made it unbalanced? I can't imagine. Huh. Now, this is a bit of a conundrum. Yeah, those are all way too big for what we're doing. Yeah, that's too big. Ugh. Ooh, decisions. We could... What is the radius on this? Alright, let's do some tinkering here. So what if I put this on? What's the diameter? Oh, it's not going to tell me. Alright, so let's increase that by a bit, but decrease the length significantly. No, that's not practical. Alright, don't save, load. Alright, what to do? I'm just not exactly sure why it decided to go wonky. Let's do 2. J, maybe? Whoops. Well, oh my goodness, come on now. Oh, I keep clicking the wrong dang button. Right click. That's better. Let's see if that flies. Also, an interesting week in California Valley because a couple of days ago we had EFO and EF1 tornadoes. Man, are you guys all safe? It's going to be raining later. Before I use RSS, since I have only landed on the MUN once and I have 200 hours on KSP, so if I can get to at least Joule, just always always smart stall. Always smart stall. Start small. My advice to everybody is to go to Minmus, then the MUN, then Duna, and then branch out from there. The hardest place that I've found so far on stock KSP was Eve. And Moho's no joke either. It takes so much Delta V to get to Moho. Probably will be safe. Probably. We get lots of tornadoes here in Michigan, especially in the springtime. My wife is from Utah, and she gets all freaked out when the tornadoes start coming, and I'm just out on the balcony with a cold one, waiting and watching. We still had quite a bit. Alright, let's restart and see if we can do better. We might be pushing the Veronique too far on this. But she did really good in the first one, so I'm hoping. I'm hoping we can squeeze this contract out of her. I used to be very big rocket to... I used it to land on the moon. I had 16... Apollo, what would happen if you added a primary fin set half the weight size anti-axis to the large fins? I think the aerodynamics would be shifted forward too far. Because we want the center of aerodynamics to be below the center of mass. And the goal is to get the dry center of mass and the wet center of mass as close as possible together, which I think we did a good job on this one. Now, if the engine holds out, this contract is in the bag. We just need the engine to hold out. Ah, damn it. Is the experiment running? What was the contract even for? Where's my contract window? This one. I think we need 140 kilometers, maybe? Thought it was 120. But I mean, we're getting the science. And also keep in mind with the rocket rifle, Mm, it might, but the fins may not be strong enough to handle the aerodynamic strain. Because I know these early steel fins, even if you jack up the strength modifier, it they're not very strong. They're only conventional steel. Once we get the titanium fins, we might be able to. I could still try it. I just the other thing is if we introduce the rifling spin in altitude, yeah, see, we didn't get a suborbital trajectory. But if we introduce a spin low in the atmosphere, the bottom fins will heat up and explode as well. Well, that could be a problem. Maybe it was because I was time warping, though. Hold on, let's do one more. I want to know if this engine can handle this amount. Get out of here. Hey, look, it ain't flat. Yeah. Yeah, no, we were going way too fast. I think it could have been because I was time warping. It could have been because we were going too fast. We could always introduce a drogue chute in that into the equation, I think, but the other thing to consider too, the more we use these engines, the more reliable they get. Yeah, see, that was way better. So, let's time warp. Let's get the contract back out. Where's my contract window? There's my contract window. Yeah, I think we have to get to 140K for this. Where's the other one with the biological sample? Oh. I mean, we don't have to have the biological samples if we don't want to. This doesn't seem right. I'm so confused. Anyway, chat. Well, that's not good. We don't have any side boosters for her, though. But what I am thinking, and just thinking outside the box here, check what we're about to do. We do have a solution for this problem. First of all, let's take that and set it aside, and then we hold shift. Move up. All right. We do a payload. I think this is the one that we use. I don't know if that's the one we use or not. Or was it this one? The inner stage. No, I'm pretty sure it was this one. Alright, so there we go. Alright. And then if I put like that. Now just bear with me for a second. This is all going to make sense soon. I think that covers everything. Whoops. I think that's fine. Now, we put this here. This. I know there's a hotkey to do that, but I don't know how to use that hotkey. Controllable mass, we'll say 20 tons. And for electricity, we'll say 300. Then come over here, and we'll do smooth cone. And bring the... I hate this. I hate this. I hate that. I also hate that it's not like... It's fine. You know what? It's fine. It's fine. All right. Watch. Stay. Just bear with me. Let's cook a little bit. And then we go to the XLR10. And then we put this here. Oh, we gotta fill the tank. What is... Oh, that's avionics. Alright. Fill for the XLR10. So, let's... do that. That gives us a 54-second worth of burn time. And then we'll go here, do this. J. You see where I'm going with this? I really want my music back. I feel so weird without the Kerbal music. I think you guys are starting to see where I'm going with this. Okay, so this diameter is... Why is that such a weird number? Just do 1.3, dude. Makes it way easier. Okay, length 1.3, 1.3. I guess that looks fine. Okay, now bottom diameter. I think that's right. Beautiful. Fill. And place this back here. What's our thrust of weight? Shift, click, and scroll. Now, we should be okay. Let's check our mass. Our mass is 7.5. So, whoops, what's our controllable mass? Let's do 8. Apply and this needs to be 300. Apply and preserve dimensions. This needs to be 8. This needs to be 300. 8. Fine. Alright. Save. And simulate. Does the engine need ground support to ignite? Yes. Mini Tims. The Mini Tims won't have any thrust for this. They're way too heavy right now. If we could get this upper stage into some kind of actual orbit above 140K, then the Tiny Tims wouldn't be a bad choice. Okay, I think... Okay, hold on. Protect the engine. Add counter fins and a decoupler. I do. Are the front fins with the back fins in line with the back fins? I do. I think I did it. No, they're not. They're crisscrossed. But these fins are not controllable, and these fins are controllable. So let's just see what happens. Let's see how she goes. This is just a prototype. Now we have to remember to fire the Veronique. Before this engine runs out. did not work. Maybe we need McJeb. Or we could also throw on smart parts too. Smart parts may be a very good way to effectively deal with the staging. Go here. I think maybe if we do this. Let's see if McJeb can help us. So let's put this at 150-ish. See what happens. Do we have experiments on this? We do, I think. All right. Let us hold on. I screwed up. No, I don't want to start. Let's just see what McJeb makes of all this. Why is this up all of a sudden? If the two engines are the same, the front engine will never... No, the two engines are not the same. The top engine is the Veronique. But I am concerned with how McJeb is going to handle the ascent. Yeah, the Veronique's... I don't think the Veronique's going to fire. I think it's the same problem we ran into before. Hold on, let's do one more. Because I think the problem is that the these engines don't really do that well firing at max Q. The pressure gets too high. So I need this out. We need to keep an eye on that. Ascent path. That should be better now. Now, the other thing I could consider, yeah, see, look at this ignition chance. When we hit max Q, now what we could do is reduce the size of this tank and increase the size of this tank. Have a loss of thrust. Which is actually working in our favor. Come on, get past the pressure. Yep. Alright, so... Anyway, if the two engines are the same, it was the 6-second spool up, wasn't it? Now you have me wondering. Veronique. Oh, come on. What is the spool up time? Doesn't say. Hold on, let me read through some of this. Assistant. I'm not seeing where it says the spool up time anywhere. Where is the spool up time? Ignition's 1. Alright, hold on. Where's the other engine that we're using? Is the other engine that we're using? Oh, it is the XLR. Is it the 10 or the 11? It was the 10. Vector range. Why am I not seeing spool up time? Get out of here. You get out of here. Maybe I'm looking in the wrong. I gotta be looking in the wrong spot. Get out of here. Put you right there. Oh, come on, shift. Oh my gosh. Ignition chance. Spool up time. 1 point. Yes. So I was looking in the wrong spot. All right. So if I click here, open, close, spool up time. Where was it? Throttle. Spool up time is 0.4 seconds. So 0.4 seconds. What I'm thinking is maybe we do this to 6 meters. And we do this one to 4, maybe? Maybe that would be enough to get this a little bit past max Q. And then the other thing we can try, not a huge fan of because we don't have proper decouplers. That one's not horrible. Do here. Alright, why is everything always in the way? Alright, so what's the burn time on this? That's a 4-second burn time. 3-second burn time. So what if we put... Really? Are these not meant to be mounted radially? Yeah, I don't think these are meant to be mounted radially. So... I don't know which way the engine is. Okay. Oh my goodness. Alright, so... I really need to look into getting my KSP music back. We'll increase the length a little bit. Oh, that's the decoupler. Shit. There we go. Let's see how that does. All right, so for staging, we activate the XLR10. It decouples, which isn't right. We want this to happen next. Oh, come on. Thank you. Then it decouples, then it fires the Tiny Tim, and then it fires the Veronique. Let's see what that does. Chat. It may have been a different engine. I may be. It was the 6-second spool up, wasn't it? The 6-second one is for the U2000, the U1250, and the U1100 or whatever it was. So you're remembering right. It was just a different engine. The lines are the back. Yes, maybe it's off in the game settings, which reminds me I should just look into that now. It is off. I'm just lost without the KSP music. Oh wait, we don't want SAS. We want McJeb. What the shit? I don't know what that was. come over here. Thank you. Alright. Everything looks good on that. Try this again. What? Okay. Something is not right here. Did we go over our max tonnage? Ah. I see, said the blind man to the death dog. First of all, do that so I don't forget later. Maybe that had everything to do with it. Who knows? Our thrust to weight ratios look good. The RP1 pack turns music off. Oh, God, yeah, we turned it back on. All right. Take 42. That's what it was. We were losing control because of the weight. All right. What is happening? Why are we losing engine all of a sudden? Something's wrong with McJeb. Fine. McJeb wants to take a holiday on this one. We will try it without him. What is going on? Hold on. I'm so confused as to what the problem is. Oh my lord. What is going on with my XLR? Now, it is worth noting that I don't know if that upper stage is balanced at all. I changed the length dramatically without checking the balance. had this so figured out in our last run. Alright. I know the problem here. Your host never put in a decoupler. The thing is do we want a decoupler first? Or do we want... What is... Now, if I put this here and put this on 4, put that there, does that eliminate the need for a decoupler? Now, does that decouple automatically now? So many questions, so little answers. Okay, I see. That's not going to work. Alright, so we need this to be here, but in order for that to happen, we need the decoupler here. You know what? While I have this all off, actually, the balance on that's still pretty good, I'd say. Happy accidents, huh? Alright, so now, this. Or maybe... No, I need this like this. And then J on these. That'll be fine there. I think let's try that. Check our staging, engine fire, decouple. I need this here, that down here, this here. How did my thrust to weight ratio get so low? it's less than 60 seconds of burn time, that's kind of pointless. No, that's moving it the wrong direction. Screw it. It's fine. Alright. Is that utilization up? Such a weird number. You know what I could try? It's 104. I mean, that's still really low already. Okay. Oh, Jeebus. Can I just open it? Don't save. Ashton 1. Okay, I love that saying. Give me a chuckle. There's a special fairing base with a decoupler. Interstage, I think. Oh, let's take a peek at that. Interstage fairing. Truss interstage adapter. Oh. Okay. So if I take this off, I can lose this decoupler. And if I put this here, and then this down here, or wait, no. Hold on, I need, or wait. Put this here and this here. Okay. Now put this here, and go here. I think we're cooking with fire now. Base size. Oh. That's not gonna work. Well, maybe. Oops. I think it's worth trying. You guys think it's worth trying? I think it's worth trying. Alright, so what do we got? We got engine, launch clamps, and then this decoupler, and then the Timmy, and then the Veronique fires. Let's get rid of these stages. And then after the Veronique fires, we get both of those decoupling at the same time, and then the parachutes. There we go. Alright, let's... Man, we have spent this entire freaking episode just simulating. Thank you, Control Robo. By the way, I have not been ignoring chat. If you guys are dropping in for the very first time, please do not forget to hit the like button if you're brand new here. Welcome in. Feel free to say hi in the chat. We are struggling our way through the RP1 mod pack on Kerbal Space Program. Aha! We did it! So I think the key there is to just bleed off a little bit of speed between those stages, which reduces the dynamic pressure load. So... we have more than enough electricity. What is the science doing now? That science is running. So we could reduce the amount of fuel in that stage by quite a bit, actually. Thank you so much, Control, for that tip. Control gets the MVP of the hour. Which reminds me, I need to see what time it is. We have some recording set up. Oh, we got about an hour left. Yes, we went way over space. But now all we have to do is try to survive. The other thing we can do is try to introduce... Hold on. We know this works. Hold on. I know what needs to happen now. Now that we've verified that it's about staging, it's about timing, let's try something here. Oh, come on. You wascoey wabbit. You jimmer jam flammin'. Flagging friggin' Goram. Oh, ooh, I almost forgot SAS. I have a good feeling about this. Now, if only we could get McJeb on board. we would be firing on all cylinders here. Out. Okay, that's engine cut off. We're going to coast for a little bit. Let this ignition chance go up. Fire that. Nope. I thought I was onto something there. The only other thing I can think to do is put a control core up here, but that doesn't really help. You know what? I want to try it. We're so close. You need your speech this stream. My speech. What speech? That's your 150. Oi boy, yeah, we went over space. What speech? Welcome in? The welcome in speech? I can do that for you. If you're joining us for the very first time, welcome in. We are playing Kerbal Space Program on the PC, the RP1 RSS RO SOS KMA ISS mod pack. Alright. Come on, baby. The only other thing I could think of is we put a controllable core in here. We put a controllable core in here, and we add RCS thrusters to this stage. But that doesn't really do us a whole ton of good. I'm not sure if we can shut the engine down once we activate it. Okay. All right. Let's try to put avionics. Bullshit shitty mod pack. Yeah. The BSS mod pack. All right. So, let's change this out to a controllable core. I need to know. So 2 tons should be plenty. So 2 tons of controllable mass, and let's say 150. Oh man, I don't like it, but if it works, it works. Let's take this off. J. All right. There we go. So that keeps that relatively balanced. But this is not. So, hold on. I know this trick. Shift, click, let go, scroll up. Alright, so... Alright, so that stays there. We can... There. It looks stupid, but it's balanced. So, let's try that. Maybe spin stabilize it? That's going to be the next thing we try. If this doesn't work, we're going to use some spin stabilizer. Oh man, we messed up our thrust to weight ratio at launch. Shit. Hold on, I can fix that. I can fix that really easily. Because we do not need all of this. Well, we need more than that. It's only given us 20 seconds of burn time, though. That's not good. Alright, so spin stabilize it is. Back here. $200. Alright, what do we have for spin boosters? Oh, that's a pretty big one. We don't have nothing tiny, do we? Oh, no, that's rather large. So now the question is where do we put it? Do we just set them? I don't think we need a lot. Hold on. So if we put them on the center... Oh my goodness. You're really doing this to me, Kerbal. What is happening here? Oh. Kerbal likes to toy with my emotions, doesn't it? There we go. Those are firing in opposite directions. They're at the center of mass, so it shouldn't introduce any more instability. Okay, so can I take these down a little bit now? I like that. All right. Total delta V. Just under 3,000. Shift. Staging. Stage 1. The XLR-10 fires up. The decouplers. Staging event. Tiny Tim. Veronique fires. So where should we put this? I think we should put this before that. All right. Control is voting for spin stabilization, so that's what we're going to try. All right, everything's good as it can be. Actually, you know what? This needs to be turned on. That needs to be on. It's on it. All right. Not ideal. But let's see what happens. Not ideal. It's, yeah, better than nothing. And I think if I tip the nose over just a tiny bit more before we separate, we'd be way better off. What's our electricity like? No, when I tried to put Tiny Tims on it, they don't mount radially. They can only mount in line. Because I tried mounting them to the side mount decouplers, and they just were not having it. But I mean, if we could make this happen, this will satisfy the contract. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. I mean, we're gathering science, which is good. Now let's see what happens on atmosphere. Yeah, we're gonna be hurting. Oh, tail fins. Tiny fins on the back of that section. Yeah, we could. The only reason I took them off in the first place was because fins tend to stop your spin stabilize. They tend to slow it down significantly. That's the only reason I took it off. She's pulling some serious G's. But it looks like she's going to survive. Batteries over, and as long as the parachutes deploy without the batteries... Ashton, damn it! No more electricity. Sorry, yeah, I misread that. I thought you said Tiny Tims. I read so good English. I'm afraid to time warp. I'm really afraid to time warp right now. I'm so afraid to time warp, but oh my goodness, is it taking forever. Why you know English? I too bad at English. You have good deployment. Yeah, way better than last time when we tried to deploy at 800 meters a second. No, I am a prime example of the complete and utter failure of the American educational system when it comes to things like English. But English is convoluted. English is such a convoluted language. Like, for all my English-speaking people, in the chat right now, I'm going to give you a couple of words, and I want you to spell them out in chat for me, okay? The first one is bike. How do you spell bike? I'll wait until there's a few answers before I move on. Just the word bike, like bicycle, bike. Alright, I'm going to chant some time warping. This is. And I'm also wondering, oh yeah, this was designed Bike. There, yeah, bike. B-I-K-E. Okay, so bike is B-I-K-E. Now, how do you spell Mike? Like the shortened version of Michael. Mike. If you got a friend named Mike, and you're gonna write him a letter, and you say, "Dear Mike," how do you spell Mike? So you have bike. How do you spell Mike? Trust me, I'm going somewhere with this, and it's a perfect example of why the English language is utterly ridiculous. Mike. There you go, Tweaky. Yep, Luke, you guys have it exactly right. So, bike is B-I-K-E. Mike is M-I-K-E. So now, why the hell is there a shoe company named Nike that's N-I-K-E? It's not Nike, it's Mike, or Nike. It's Nike shoes. It's bike, Mike, Nike. Not Nike. I don't accept it. I don't accept it. The English language is a fraud. And this is coming from a native English speaker. And then we have a whole bunch of words. He said, I'm going to go now. Nike isn't English. This is what happens when you mix German, French into one language. Germanic. No, every English, or every, oh my God, every language, not just English, every language has its idiocracies involved. But English is just the one that I know the most, because it's been 30 years since I've been in elementary school. I've been out of elementary school for 30 years, right? And I've been trying to help my kids with their schoolwork. And holy hell, if you guys ever want to feel what just happened? What just happened? Is it not recoverable? What just happened? Oh, we're in simulation. Why did you guys let me do this whole thing in simulation? All right, revert to editor. Why do French and Spanish speak backwards? Well, that's okay. Asian communities write backwards. It sank. Yeah, it did sank. I'm just hoping that doesn't mean that it's not going to be recoverable. Maybe I should put more empty space in the cone. I'll put it at 1.5 meters. Electricity amount. 200. Put it at 2 meters. 200. Apply and preserve dimensions. That leaves 65.3 liters of empty space. That should make it buoyant. All right. Should we do one more simulation, or should we paint her up? Actually, Luke was mentioning fins again. So let's see if we can't throw on some baby fins. See what happens. Alright. So J. J. There. I don't know if they're actually attached, though. I guess that looks better. They are pretty well balanced there, so we'll see how that goes. What's our thrust to weight right now? Oof. Okay. Thrust to weight is... I guess that's more acceptable. Alright. Let's save. We're going to do one more simulation. Last simulation. English isn't that bad. At least you don't have gendered nouns. Oh my god, yeah. I tried learning other languages when I was in school because one of the things that I thought I could do when I joined the Army was I thought it would be a cool idea to try to be a linguist or a translator until I realized that learning another language... Xanimations! I haven't seen you in forever! How has your week been, man? Now, if only we could get Bridgie home. By the way, the music at the beginning of the stream was Bridgie. He did some music for the stream. Oh, yeah. My children's mom, her grandpa was a Russian translator back during the Cold War days. And he was teaching me how difficult that was, and holy cannoli, that's a tough language. We're gonna give it some time to stabilize here. Ignition chance is over 70%. We're tipping over. So come on, hit 75. There we go. Ho! I'd say that's quite lovely. Whoops. And this is... I don't think there's any trajectory. Although I think we tipped over a little too far. Yeah, we tipped over just a tiny bit too far, so let's run that one more time. Acrylic is definitely hard. I've been good. I've recently watched the new Mario movie. I'm going to watch Project Hail Mary tomorrow. I've heard good things. My kids said that the Mario movie was awesome, but they're not always the most trustworthy when it comes to movie reviews. To them, the Minecraft movie was the greatest movie ever made. Now, granted, I haven't actually seen that movie, but... Yes, Luke, I think you were spot on by putting those finny fins back on. But what I'm going to try to do this time is just a little bit of tip over, not as much as before, just like 5 degrees. But I know Project Hail Mary is going to be a masterpiece. I've heard nothing but good things, Animation. I've heard nothing but good things. Everybody that I know that's seen it has highly recommended it. The Veronique didn't fire. Man, I really want to get this down pat before we build it. Cheesy. Cheesy, cheesy. I saw the Minecraft movie a few weeks back when I managed to get HBO. It's very cheesy, but somehow entertaining. Yeah, just an ounce on the back and let her spin. No, yeah, just an ounce. Do you want me to add an ounce or remove an ounce? I can do either. Now, if only we could get McJeb to cooperate with this process, this would be loads easier. Engine failure, of course. Actually, just because I'm curious. Nope, failed. Okay. One final simulation. Yeah, we've had like 14 final simulations. 4 more weeks of school. Dude, don't remind me. Don't remind me of that. My kids are about to be out of school. I'm never gonna sleep again. Anybody else see that flag bouncing up and down? Summertime is the greatest time in the world for kids. For parents who work 3rd shift, not so much. Okay, now we coast a little bit. Why am I getting red on here? There we go. It's because we didn't have foliage, that's why. And why? Why? Oh, I'm starting to get a migraine. I'm starting to get a migraine. That's an exception, yeah. Never again will I love summer. I used to love summer until my AC broke. Oh, that's unfortunate. It's perfectly balanced. So why does it go out of control? What is... I'm so confused. Let's... Oh, come the freakity frack. Fuck your... No. J. There we go. Oh, I did it again. That's good. Okay. I missed the winter already. I'm a winter person. I could never play this mod because my head would explode. Touche. Yeah, I'm a winter person. I adore the winter. I don't like being hot. I would rather 1,000 times live in the cold mountains or the far north than anywhere down south in the hot. I don't do well in the heat. I'm not a desert guy, and I'm certainly not tropical. I was built for the Canadian Arctic. That's what I was built for. Where I am, it almost never snows, so if it's kind of sad. Man, the snow is amazing. I love snow. But I'm a winter guy. My wife is not winter person. She hates the winter. There's our 140. Now we just have to see if we survive. It's probably snowed twice in the past 10 years. The last time it snowed where I live was 1999. Yeah, see, I live in Michigan. I live right about here. So we get snow on a pretty regular basis. Actually, we get snow every year. Starts snowing October-ish. Sometimes as soon as October, sometimes it waits till November. It's probably snowed like twice. I couldn't imagine. I've lived 90% of my entire life where it snows. Now, I was a truck driver for about a year, so I traveled all over the United States moving cargo and freight. And I lived in Missouri when I was in the Army at Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri. I lived in Indiana for a pretty short time, a couple of times throughout the years. But the last time it snowed, it was like 10 inches deep. That's pretty average. We don't measure our snow in inches, we measure our snow in feet. Those are just the tail fins exploding, which is okay. That's not okay. Oh, we're still safe. Okay. As long as everything here survives, we're okay. We need the biological samples, we need the parachutes, and we need the core. For me and my brothers, it was like a miracle. Well, hopefully, when you get older, you can do a little bit of traveling. Go visit some snowy areas. I highly recommend it. Alright. I think we're good. This is as good as it's going to get for this contract. And I want to at least attempt this contract before the stream is over, because we've been doing nothing but simulations for the past 3 hours. But I never said I was a Mike Aben, so. Alright, recoloring GUI. Can someone remind me what colors I was supposed to be doing here? There's no telemetry to get, so. Alright. What colors? Without practical, I think that's dead on. Yeah. What colors were we going with? Because I typically do red and gold, but someone mentioned something else, and I don't remember what it was. I'm pretty sure it's pretty far up in chat, too. Which reminds me, if you guys are dropping in for the very first time, I appreciate it. Don't forget to hit the thumbs up button. Helps out the Kerbals as we play through the... excuse me, I'm obnoxious. The 1950... I think we're in 1953 right now. We are playing the Kerbal Space Program with the RP1 mod pack, including RP1, RO, RSS, and RP1, RO, RSS. I think that's it. Gold dress. I made a white and gold dress joke. Blue and white or white and gold. Alright. So, silver, gold. And then come down here, close that. We need a blue. That's easy to do. And actually, should I? There we go. Let's... Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I like that. Let's close this for now. I like the Vanguard look. I don't think we have a choice on that one. Do I have a thingy in here? I thought this did have a recoloring GUI. It does not appear to be that way, though. Yes, so we don't get to color that. That's okay. So let's go back up into here and do Vanguard. Alright, so we have a Vanguard color scheme. And I'm surprised Apollo doesn't remember this dilemma. Without messing up the design, could you add another pair of spin engines to counter access the first? It's been around since I was like 13 or 14, can't remember. Oh, I do remember that. You can recolor the fairing? Okay, let's double check that then. No, I do remember the dress. I don't know where we recolor the fairing at. I'm not seeing a recoloring variant. Which one did we use? A procedural fairing. Procedural hollow truss interstage. Procedural hollow truss interstage adapter. Yeah, I'm not gonna mess with it too much. I'm not gonna mess with it too much. Luke, what was that, Luke? It's the last variant. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Okay, anyway. Now I already forgot the colors that we chose. Someone got caught. Well, at last I should be heading off. I give you the best of luck to your mission. I appreciate you, Zanny. Another pair just above the first pair, NSEW. The problem is when we had 4 of them, it had too much torque and ripped the engines apart. That's why we reduced it from 4 to 2, Luke. Dude, we've been doing this for... I don't even know how many hours now. Oops, blue. I've lost track of all of time. What was the other one? Gold? Can I get rid of this other UI? Thank you. Recoloring GUI. There we go. We'll make this one blue. And then make that blue. That's not really changing anything, so. Boo, 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 boo. Gold? Yeah, I think that one should be gold. That one should be blue. Or wait. Close that one. This is actually going to look pretty cool. Close that one. What's this? So is that this color? Which one of these is it? Ah, there we go. Whoops. Or maybe that should be gold. Let's see what it looks like gold. Oh yeah, that's way better gold. Alright, so close that one. What is this? Should this be blue? With gold trim. Oh, that looks so cool. Oh, yeah. We can't paint the decoupler, unfortunately. So, gold. Blue. Blue. Gold. Come on. Thank you. Blue. And blue. And last but not least. Well, actually, not quite last. There it is. Alright, so for surface we went blue. And then for trailing edge was gold. Believe it or not, this is an important part of a rocket's performance. There it is. Gold. Blue. Should this be gold? That looks pretty damn sexy, if I do say so myself. That was a good call, whoever chose that. Now, is the rocket gold or blue? Apollo, did you ever do a gold panning project for history class back in middle school? Kind of curious if that was only a California thing. Yeah, we didn't do that. Sounds like someone caught watching YouTube in class. Yeah, no, we never did that. We learned about the California Gold Rush as far as it existed, but that was about it. Man, I'm actually in love with this color scheme. Save. Alright, now the next thing we need to do is our tooling, which I think is here. Tool all. Purchase all toolings. Alright, that was easy. Now, the big question is, new launch complex. This is for, yeah, just like in my school, we had an entire segment and field trip about how cereal is made and how it was invented, and we also went on a field trip to see the factory and the historical buildings, as they like to call it. All right. So now, all right, so close this, close this, close this, double check that it's saved, and we'll leave. Because we did a project for it, we even got to pan for gold. I think it's a regional thing, because there was a bunch of stuff when me and my wife first started talking, that schools in her, she grew up in Utah, and there was a lot of stuff that we didn't do, and she did, and there's a lot of stuff that we did that she didn't do. Alright, so this is February of 1954. November, December, January. So it's only going to be 3 months. Do I bother hiring more staff? What money do I have? 60 grand, so I'm gonna hire more staff. Alright, so that really didn't change a whole lot. Yeah, that's not changing hardly anything. I thought hiring engineers. Well, I guess we're just going to have to deal with it. Alright, so what we're going to do, we're going to hit F5, save it again. Alright, that is completed. So now, if I go to engineers, okay, so they're unassigned for a reason, I guess. Research, that's still really far behind. I don't want to hire more yet. I don't want to run out of money. So plans, integrated to the complex. Alright. I guess don't have much of a choice. Alright, here we go. Fossil handling. We don't have gold, so we went fossil hunting on the coast. Oh, that's cool. Which coast? You need more researchers, I think. Yeah. Yeah, we do. Alright. This is the real thing now. Look at how pretty that is. And it's Michigan colors, too, by the way. If anyone knows, blue and gold is the colors for Michigan. University of Michigan. If you're a sports fan. Alright, let's just double check that the experiments are going. And telemetry data. Yeah, we have that stopped because I don't think there's any more telemetry data to gather. Alright. Fingers crossed. No engine failures. No engine failures. No engine failures! on, baby. Fly for daddy. Alright. Let's wait for it. Wait for it. Now. Picture perfect. Look at her go. We have a lot of electricity here. And we burned out all that fuel. Oh, we're not going to hit 140K? No. That's okay. We're getting science, I think. What is it? I don't think we're getting the contract. Yes, the experiments are running. This one. We are getting science for this. So it's not a total loss. We can cut some of the electricity in this stage, too. We're never going to need 50 minutes of electricity, I don't think. Because in all honesty, I think if I cut some of that electricity out, it would have made 140. What stopped the climb? So the thing about RP1 is that the simulation data and the real launch data are never going to be particularly matched up. So the rule of thumb is to sort of subtract a little bit of your numbers from your simulation. So even if everything goes perfectly right, if you hit 200K in a simulation, you may only hit 140 to 150K in a non-simulated environment. No, I'm not going to revert because we're still getting science from this. So all I'm going to do is reduce this electricity by half. That'll take off a little bit of weight because we were really close. We were only 5K away. So I think if we and the other thing is the more we use these engines, the better they get. So if we revert, then the problem becomes that all the data that we're getting on this engine gets lost. So it's not a total loss. We're still getting all of the science as long as we can recover. And this is another good idea to test if this recovery is going to work. But I'm curious, is there... No, there's no telemetry data, so there's no point in having that experiment on. But we are getting photography. As long as we can recover this, we'll get that photography. So let's See how she does on the way down. We are slowing down, which is good. We're going to sacrifice the fins, which is okay. That's okay. We expected that to happen. That's part of the plan. We're still slowing down really fast, which is good. We might recover this entire rocket, which may not be good, because I don't know how these parachutes are going to handle all that extra weight. Should be okay, though. Alright, so we're no longer collecting the science. Now, the only question is how these parachutes are going to perform. Because in the simulation, we didn't have all this extra weight. So we're going to see. 136. How long till the contract ends? Oh, we have a long time. We have years. We can go double check that once we're done here, though. So we have more than enough time to build another one. We just gotta wait for her to fall. Alright, let's see if these parachutes can take this. We have soft open. I can turn this off. No, I can't. Yeah, and see, we have so much more electricity than we actually need. I can cut that down a substantial amount, and that'll save us weight. So the next launch might make it. We'll just have to try and see. No, I don't think it does, but we have 2 chutes fully open and we're falling at 2.7 meters per second, so I'm thinking we're good. I don't think it gives us a mass readout. If it does, I don't know where to look. You know what we did forget to put on here, though? Oh, man, I'm disappointed in myself. That's alright. We'll fix it for the next one. I'm pretty sure this weighs around 2 tons. Somewhere there about 2 tons, if I remember correctly from when we were doing the build. There's no way I ran out of electricity. There's no way we ran out of electricity. Oh, we ran out of signal range. That's what it... Look at those beautiful waves. Man, KSP is a beautiful game. Wait, what did we forget? I'll show you, Tweaky. You gotta stay tuned, though. Look at that. All right. So we've learned some things. And we got so much science. And we recovered some funds. All right. So let's go put some more science on the menu. What science should we put on the menu? We can't do that one until we do this one. Early rocketry is currently being studied, so we might have to wait for that one. What is this one? Early material science. Engineer efficiency upgrade. What's this one? Ooh. We do get some solar panels with that one. And a researcher efficiency upgrade. That might be nice to have. Let's go ahead and put that on the menu. That gives us 5 science left, and we need 8. So one more launch, and we can put this on the menu. And then I'm hoping that we can get this early rocketry done relatively soon, because early rocketry gives us a couple of better motors and quite a few upgrades to work with. We get the XLR-11, which should give us a boost in some efficiency. So, chat. All right. So, what did we forget? Or what did I forget, really? And it's only because I didn't have it in the original. Is it here? Yes. All right, so first thing we're going to do is reduce this electricity by... Let's try... I don't know if I dare do half, but let's do half. Apply and preserve dimensions. All right. Now, next thing we're going to do is text. Now, how do I... Can I... How do I make it vertical? Oh, that's how we make it vertical. And then can I do that? I want this to be white. Okay, now and then put text on this side. How did I do that? Set text. ASHTON 2. we go. And then get rid of that. What was the color one? Fill color. There we go. And then there we go. Look at that. Yeah, so I think let's go ahead and save this. Oops. Bastion 2. Save it. And then if I open my integration, it's this one. We don't have to tool anything again. Management. Plans. Add to plans. Those are free, by the way, if you guys didn't catch that. So, added the Astion 2. And I'll take the Astion 1 out, because we're going to use the Astion 2 moving forward, because the Astion 2 should do everything we need it to do. So, one last save. So you've taken her weight down? Yes, we've shaved 50% reduction in the electricity usage on the top stage. It's not a guarantee that it's going to work. Oh yeah, you wanted to see the funding administration building. So we did that contract. So we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years away from completion, 6 years away from peak funding. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years away from completion on this one. That's not promising. Staffing. We're gonna do some mass hiring here. $75. Okay, we're at the maximum amount here. So there's no point in hiring more there. 9. Alright, I guess. This is almost done, but these are all now behind. So hopefully having more researchers helps that cause. Let's roll this out. And we're gonna launch. Yeah, that's why I'm not really mad right now, Luke. If we don't keep up with what we're supposed to, I don't think I'm going to be super upset. Because it is my first playthrough, technically. Alright, so engine spool up. by the way. We are up to, what does it look like, 8 likes on the stream, so thank you so much for that, guys. Oh, they see me spooling my engines. They trying to catch me riding dirty. They're trying to catch me riding dirty. They're trying to catch me flying dirty. Let's wait for this ignition chance to go up. It's going up high, fast. I like it. 3, 2, 1. Come on, come on, come on. All right, now let's keep an eye on the science. Let's watch our electricity. Yeah, we still have 47. Oh, that's in the water. What? All right, yeah. That's more like it. And I'm already saying we got this. Yeah, we got it. I don't want to go too high. I cut the engine off a little early. Success. And it's how we do anti-gravity. Yes. No, I think we have a winner. This engine build took us all stream to get, or this rocket build took us all stream to get, but very much worth it. I think we have plenty of electricity for what we're doing. We might even be able to reduce that a little bit more if need be. We're collecting more science. Pretty sure we'll get this contract as long as we survive. Because I'm pretty sure technically, isn't this considered a suborbital trajectory? Yes, it is. Alright, so we can get rid of this. Oh, I wanted to watch the science. And, oh yeah, we're in a new biome now. So we're getting even more science. All of the headache is worth it. Because we're going to get more science on the way back down from the first biome. Because I think we're getting science in flight over and space near Earth. Yeah, see, it dropped back down. So now we're collecting different science. So let's close that out. Electricity. Yeah, we could reduce that electricity even more if we really needed to. Because we're not going to be in flight for 34 more minutes. Alright, let's watch this happen. Alright, we're done collecting science. Alright, sacrificial fins. And there's the majority of the fuel tank, which is fine. There's the rest of the fuel tank. We're still okay. We're slowing down nicely. Parachutes are armed. We're slow enough to be out of the danger zone. I think that's a win, guys. You spin me right round, baby, right round, like a record, baby, right round, round, round. Love that song. Used to party to that song in my youth. let's do a little time warp. And we still have a ridiculously large amount of electricity, so that's a good thing. We have parachute primary deployment. You know what, I could just... No, I can't turn it off, that's right. I think we just heard something splash down. I'd say that's a successful mission. And the good thing is, in my time, the party songs were party rock and Gundam style. Yeah, you're a youngin', Tweaky. In my day, all of our party songs were Marilyn Manson, Korn, Slipknot, Under Oath, In Flame, yeah, Mudvayne. Did I already say Slipknot? Pretty sure I already said Slipknot. It took a stream, but I think we have a solid craft with yes, we do. Oh, you're still a baby, Tweaky. You're still a baby, bro. I'm old enough to be your dad. Yeah, technically. I could be. I'm not, but I could be. It would be a really fucked up situation, but I'm old enough to be your dad. Iron Maiden, AC/DC. Yeah, Luke's got us both beat. Luke's old enough to be my dad. I think my dad's like 54 now, 53. He's either 53 or 54. My dad had me when he was 17. My mom was just turned... I was born... 10, 3, hold on, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I was born 15 days after my mom's 18th birthday. My family has, let's call it a tradition of having children young. Very young. The older, the farther back in the generations you go, the younger it got. I had my first son at 19. Yeah. It's funny when I tell my kids I'm older than Google. And that's touchdown. Look at it. It looks like a buoy. Normal recovery. All right, let's see what we got. We got 7.1 science. All right. Cover that. All right, let's... We can't really do a whole lot. I want that, because that opens up those. And I want those. So we have a ton of research being done. All right. Let's go check on our missions. We have a downrange milestone we need to reach. What's the suborbital? All right. The V2 launched by the U.S. from White Sands Proving Grounds returned the first image of Earth from space. We need you to test emerging high-altitude photography technology. Design, build, and launch a rocket with a payload of bulky testing and stabilizing equipment. And then recover the film imagery just above the edge of space. Additionally, at least the first 50 seconds of flight must be done under active guidance. Okay. So 100 kilometers and cover a downrange distance of 200 kilometers and then return the film camera. Well, we gotta do it. We gotta do it. So we have to hold on. Let me see what time it is. Alright. If I had kids, they'd be surprised to learn I'm older than YouTube. Yeah. My dad would be 71. My mother's now 76, I think. Yeah, my mom and dad are getting up there, but they're not quite there yet. Alright, so science. Those are the biological samples. Early film camera. Now this is going to be a challenge because this bad boy is bulky and it's heavy. It's at 0.1 tons, so it's significantly heavier than everything that we're doing now. Do we have engine upgrades available? Show the engine GUI. No. There's no more upgrades for this engine. Oh. We don't have the better options just yet. What about open about the Veronique? We do have an upgrade for the Veronique available. So let's see. So it's not a whole lot different, but it is more efficient. Look at the ISP, the specific impulse, 208, 198. So it's a little bit more efficient. I think that's worth getting. Let's do that. I know it's funds, but I think it's worth it in the end. Okay. Whoops. Okay. Now, how to go about this, because this engine down here is at its limit with what we have, and we need to squeeze this bad boy in here somehow. And it has to return. Same with the biological samples. to accomplish this task. I'm wondering what would happen if we just... stuck it on. I'm just really curious. Oh, this looks like a can of Mountain Dew. After the spinners before, check your other contracts, Apollo. We only have one contract at a time. Efficient. Luke's older than the internet. I don't think I'm older than the internet. I think it just wasn't very popular when I was little. Because I remember when they put the internet in the schools. I remember the old folks saying, they don't need no goddamn old dang internet in their schools. They can read the books. Back in my day, we didn't even have books. We used to read clay tablets with information written on it. And we were happy to have it. Man, I used to love Mountain Dew. I still do. I just can't drink soda as much. Did I not fill the tank back up? Hold on. Fill for the Veronique. Fill for the Veronique. Should have worked. My first video game was Morrowind, and then it was Super Mario 64 and Legends of Zelda. My first video game was Pong and Snake. What was that contract? An altitude of 100 kilometers. 200 kilometers downrange. why did that fail? Why is it suddenly failing? That's concerning. I didn't change that engine. It's still the Veronique. What is the problem? Remove all tanks. Fill for the Veronique. It's the Veronique. Engine GUI. The Veronique AGI 10F. Pressure fed ignition 1. So what's the difference here? No difference. It's pressure fed. This is still a high pressure tank, right? High pressure steel fuselage. Choose tank. Highly pressurized, high pressure steel. I'm so confused. I am thoroughly confused. What's that mean? Oh, that's the priority. I should change that. I'm not sure what the issue is here. It should have propellant. Propellant GSE. What is propellant GSE? I don't know what to do. I could just switch back to the other engine, maybe? Remove all tanks. So the XLR-10 is our main booster. The Veronique. It's pressure fed. I don't know what else to do. Then it's the Super Mario 64. Paulo, could you put the spinners at the front and the new module in the middle? That would tear the tank. The fuel tanks have to be directly in line with the engine. So if I put the fuel tanks on top of these and then the engine on the bottom, the fuel doesn't flow through them. The problem we're having right now is it says that it doesn't have the proper propellant. But I don't understand why not. It says it has it's high pressure fuselage. It's turpentine and water with IWFNA. I don't know. I don't know what to do here. Hold on. I don't know what to do. After the module is it's negative. The number says P5. The fuel numbers, it says you are negative fuel. P is negative 10. I don't know, Luke, because I filled the engine, or I filled the tanks for the proper engine. Yeah, it's filled with the proper. The mystery. It fires without the experiment on it. That's interesting. That's interesting. I'm just wondering what the downrange is with without the experiment on it. That's interesting. So if we take the experiment off, it works just fine. But if we put the experiment on, it doesn't fire. That's interesting. I'm pretty sure we got the downrange, because was it 200 or 300 kilometers? 200 kilometers. So the downrange should be okay, as long as the camera doesn't add too much weight. Alright. We may not have time to figure this out today, guys. When you dump the module at the front, the computer is screaming the pressure or fuel is being cut off, as there's no lines to the back, or makes something. I'm not sure, because up here there's no fuel. This is just avionics, or yeah, science core. Maybe it's the electricity, but that doesn't make any sense. Alright, let's... That's 32 seconds. What is my Veronique burn time? It's rated for it's rated for a little bit more than we're running it for. So... let me see. Let me try something here. Take that off for a second. Let's take out the biological samples for just a quick second. What is this? Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. This shouldn't have kerosene in it. Was that the issue? Whoops. Hold on. Can this be a procedural? Wait a minute, wait a minute. There's another thing I need to check. I'm forgetting something else that's available. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Should be right in front of my face. Should be right in front of my face. Should be right in front of my face. Does this not have it? It should. Not it. Configure experiments. There it is. All right. Okay, so I can't put the camera that way. All right. So what are you trying to find? The configure experiments button. It was right in front of my face and I was missing it. It is so hot in this apartment right now. All right. I should probably do that. Wait, do I not have parachutes anymore? Friggity frack. I hate this. There we go. I'll do 150 again. And then parachute editor. I don't know if I want to mess with any of these. Apply settings. Okay, I guess. All right, waiting. J. Okay, that's a little bit better. Launch. Our launch TWR is not great. And I'm not sure where we can shave weight off. There's no way to shave weight here. Sheesh. I don't think we can do this experiment yet. We might have to wait until we get this engine. 333.6. And where's the engine that we're using now? Yeah, that's a significant improvement. Might have to wait for those engines to unlock. What is this? The NAA 75 110A. Cancel. Friggity, put the parachute on the module as the mission fails without it. I would increase the first fins or the rocket will go nose heavy. Yeah, but the problem is she's not going to fly right now. Our thrust to weight ratio is way too low. So that's early rocketry. When is that coming up? Oh my goodness. So that's 3 months away. Alright, hold on. Let's F5 and quick save it. Let's see how long. Alright, so that's 5:15. Alright. Let's see. I just want to see, because I'm getting ready to shut the stream down. Yeah, no, Luke, that's absolutely going to happen. Right now, I'm just super duper curious about this. So if I get rid of this, and I get rid of that for a minute, and I get rid of that for a minute, if I just stick this here, and that needs to be wider now, so let's increase the diameter, remove all tanks, fill for that. Might even need to be wider. Ooh. This might be the answer to our problems. What's the diameter here? I just... let's just do a 2.0. Make it, or a 2 meter.
think that looks okay. Remove tanks. Fill for that. That's the avionics, so let's come on, what the shit nugget? Come here. Resize that. Now, what is the rated burn time for this engine? I think that's okay, as long as it's still attached. I might go ahead and just move these in a little bit, just to make sure they're attached. Alright, so close that, get rid of that, hit shift on this and drop it down. Let's save it. Staging. What's the wrong with the electricity? Oh, 24 tons. That's why. All right. So controllable electricity. Come on. We'll do 30 tons, and we'll do 200. Okay, that should fix that. I think we're okay. Yes. Okay, hello, what are you trying to make? Space Guy, we are working... Yeah, a monstrosity. That is, at some point, we might do multiple engines. Yeah, I don't know how to do that yet. RP1 is such a crazy... So, anyway, what we're trying to do is we're trying to utilize as much of our old rocket as we can. We need to get this camera up. Well, what was the contract for? It needs to go above 100 kilometers and 200 kilometers downrange. And we need to recover it safely on the other side. And I didn't check my staging. That was... It didn't happen. Nobody can prove that it happened. Now, you know what might be beneficial... Wait a minute. Actually, we're already here. Let's just see what happens, I guess. Get rid of that. Do this, do this, do this, do this, do this. I have an idea. If this doesn't work, I have a new idea. are getting way more altitude off this engine, though. And that mean time between failures, there we go. That's okay. How much fuel did we have left? We could cut out a little bit of that fuel if we needed to. Where's my Veronique? Ignition chance. Where's my ignition? Okay, so we can just... Hello, space guy. Oh yeah, I already answered that. But yeah, we're just testing some we're testing some theories and some ideas. I don't know how well the camera's going to work while it's spinning, but no, it's running just fine. And we could even tip over a little bit more if we need to. So let's see what our downrange looks like. And we'll open up the contract. But if you're brand new here, thank you so much for joining us. Don't forget to hit the thumbs up button. Every thumbs up goes to help the Kerbals stay alive, because right now they're too afraid to go into space. I would be too. Especially with me in charge of the space program. And we should, if this survives re-entry, we should, yeah, so there's our downrange. The contract is satisfied. All we have to do is survive entry. How much science do you have? You have so little science. What about you? What are you collecting? You have so much science. Spin me right round, baby, right round. That'd be a great song for Kerbal Core. But yes, if you're here for the very first time, don't forget to hit the thumbs up button. Maybe consider hitting the subscribe button. We go live every week. Yeah, with the amount of Kerbals I lose. Well, just make them sign a contract where they can't sue you if they die. And don't offer life insurance. And then also don't pay them very much. Alright, our sacrificial fins are now gone. Well, that's not good. I don't know exactly why the parachutes decided to deploy so early. That's going to be a problem we have to look into. By the way, what I was saying is we go live every week playing Kerbal Space Program, the RP1 mod pack, which changes the Kerbal Space Program we all know and love to a more realistic experience. So we need to go check on those parachutes. Yeah, they can't sue me when they die. Yeah. Alright, so let's get into this. What did we do wrong here? Pre-deployment altitude. $10,000 meters. Let's go 5,000 meters. What? The mass of... Oh. So how do... Maybe triple shoot? No. Got it. So it was trying to make the parachute. It was trying to make the parachute for the entire thing, and we knew that wouldn't work. Alright. One more time, and then I'm probably going to jump off here. Add a second pair of parachutes to the module. Where are the parachutes? The parachutes are inside this right here. Oh, I never fixed the staging either. Alright. And I think we can stand a closer to 20 or 30 degree angle as we go. So once we get a little bit higher up in the atmosphere, maybe I tip it over a tiny bit more. Nope, too much. That was on me. Too much, too fast. Well, I added 2 more parachutes to it. So we went from a single shoot to a triple shoot. Ugh, staging. Staging. Da 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 da. Because I think we're like almost there. So close. What I'm thinking, Luke, what I'm thinking of is if this doesn't work, maybe I add in some drogue shoots. Maybe that would be a good idea. Damn it all. Alright, last time and then I gotta go. Yes, we are doing KSP tomorrow as well. Nerf Vortex. Yeah, it does. I might change it up a little bit for the final design. Because what I'm thinking is maybe stretch or shrink this down and widen it out. Alright, let's take a second to get this staging absolutely right. Then, so what is this? This is that. This is the spin thrusters. Okay, so these can go down here. Okay. We need to keep an eye on the Veronique. That's done, that's done, that's done. But I'm really thinking we're on to something with this basic design. I've just been... This engine that we have unlocked, I think time warping to that engine unlock was the perfect thing. Because we're getting all the power we need. But the other thing I'm curious about is if I take away the entire Veronique stage and take all of this and just drop it down on top of this, that may be another way to go with this, because we're almost getting the altitude just with this alone. My wife's hair got in my nose. It's either my wife or my daughter, I'm not sure which one. Yeah, look at that. I think I'm going to coast quite a ways and see what happens. All right, here we go. Move that over. All right, so decouple. Flight recorder. Give me my flight recorder. Okay. We have a beautiful spin here. Okay, Veronique is out. Because I'm thinking we could probably make this happen without the Veronique stage. Maybe. But we're getting plenty of downrange time on this. I'd like to be slowing down a tiny bit faster. That's better. Was that electricity or communications? Where's the thing? Okay, it's communications. I think this is perfect. And I bet you anything, if we take away the science on this, we might be able to use this same configuration for that 3,000 kilometer downrange contract. I do believe I want to go hull end first. Yeah, that is pretty interesting. I was noticing that, and then I read your chat, which I'm not mad about. That is a super good thing, because I'd like for this to take as much of the heat and entry process as possible. But these numbers look really good for this. I think tomorrow what I'll do is try to see if widening this rocket and shortening it out a little bit is a good way to go. So let's revert to the editor. I do think we are working with fire, but one thing I want to try, just for giggles, what's my rated burn time? I always forget. Minute 5 seconds. Huh. I just want to see what this is. I'm not even going to save it. I'm going to... Yeah, it worked. Yeah, I'll do one more launch before we drop off, because now that we know there's a high chance that it'll work. Okay. Now let's get the flight recorder out. We're tumbling a little bit, but that's okay. I want to see what the downrange is like without the Veronique. Because we're clearly getting the altitude we need. But can we get the distance is the question. Alright, so we are running the science. I don't think we're going to get the downrange time. It's not looking good. Yeah, we're not going to get the downrange on this configuration. We're going to come up quite a bit shy. So that Veronique is going to be... That Veronique is going to be, whatever word I'm looking for. Alright. What experimental parts does this... We're gonna need to build a new launch complex again, I think. Yeah, we're gonna have to build a whole new launch complex. Unless I shorten it up a little bit. Can I afford to shorten this up a little bit? More importantly, where can I afford to shorten it up a little bit? Alright, so yeah, that's not going to do nothing. We need to open Ashton. And we need to build a new launch complex again. Alright. It looks like a Mountain Dew bottle rocket. It does. We can't do the gravity turn any earlier, Tweaky, because the aerodynamic pressure rips the entire thing apart. I did try to do an earlier gravity turn, and it turned out to be a minor disaster. Everything exploded all at once. Alright, so this construction is going to be done 8/30/1955. April, May, June, January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August. So 3 months. Let's time warp. Alright, so plans. Alright, so integration. Okay. Shut this out. But as long as it works, it can look like anything she wants to. Alright, so launch complex 3. Management plans. Add to plans. Cancel integration. What's wrong with my electricity? It should be more than fine. Oh. I don't know why it insists on changing my settings. 150, alright. Add to plans. Plans. Oh, I know how to fix that. Staffing. So right now, the TASJACs, we're going to remove a substantial number of these, add them to Launch Complex 3. Alright, so that's 1957. I don't know what year it is now. Poach another 15 or so. So let's go out of here. What year is it? Is it 1955? I think it's the end of 1955. No, it's the middle of 1955. So what was integration? The only thing I can do is hire more engineers. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Alright, that's the best it's going to do. Okay. Rolling out to Launchpad 1. Alright, here we go for realsies. Yo, we back in RP1. Yes, Dr. Mint. We are back in RP1 because I am an addict for punishment. And of course, my staging is wrong. I thought I fixed it in that other place, but I didn't apparently. Alright, we need to watch this. Alright. We need this. We need this. Okay. Let's nothing left to do but to do it, I guess. That's not good. How do I have insufficient avionics? Everything was perfect, right? So confused. Well, screw it. If it gets me my downrange, I guess. Do got some heat bars coming up, but I'm pretty sure they'll go away in a second. I don't have high hopes for this launch. I swear I double-checked the electricity and avionics. I swear I did. Oh, Starship Evo just went on sale. Alright, let's see what we get out of this. Well, we got the downrange. Now let's see if we can survive entry. We are going a teeny bit faster than I'd like. And speed and our velocity is increasing. A little disturbing, but as we get lower into the atmosphere, I'm hoping that changes very soon. Stop going up, for the love of all things holy. Oh my lord. You're still going up. Stop it. Bad velocity. Come on. Go down. Bad velocity. There we go. Come on, velocity. Keep dropping. What? It's not supposed to open yet! Well, this was a waste of fucking time. I should have just got off. I shouldn't have done another launch. Wait, there's another chute. Will one chute be enough? Come on, open all the way. Let's see what we get down to. Oh. No, that's plenty. I do apologize. Fin parachute. Is there a revert button? Yes, Dr. Mint, but we try to avoid it whenever possible. There's no reverts in real life. There's no reverts in RP1. Technically there is, but it's a matter of personal pride. Pray, yeah, no shit. Thank you, Kerbal Jesus. Praise Tom Cruise. Help me, Oprah Winfrey. Help me, Jewish gods. I don't know why we had a parachute opening so early. Like I said, I'm pretty sure we went through all of our pre-flight checks. I had to adjust the electricity. The mass was good. The parachutes should have been fine. Maybe I need to just, before every single launch, triple check the parachutes. Yes, I do enjoy the pain. I really do. This is fun to me. Recover normally. All right. Let's see. We're up to 13 science. We're down to 22,000 funds, though. That's not ideal. But we did have to hire a crap load of engineers. I want to see contracts. Alright. Wait, we just did that. We went up to 200,000 meters. Reach an altitude of at least 100 kilometers. Completed. Altitude above 100,000 meters. What? Am I crazy, or did we not just do that? We did all this. I'm so confused. I mean, the mission was completed, but it's saying it wasn't. Even though we just watched it happen, I can rewind the stream. We had an altitude of over 200 kilometers, and we were 300 and some odd kilometers downrange. So we met the contract 2 times over, and well, that's going to be a problem for tomorrow, I guess. Because I guess I don't understand that. Alright, guys. Yep, S5 saved. Uh, yeah, we did over 200K. Here, you know what? Before I jump off, it's already saved. So, I should have fixed the avionics before I did this. But that's alright. I'm not saving this time. Up. Catastrophic engine failure. Well, that's okay. We're not saving this anyway. Alright, guys. Does the module have a camera in it? Maybe we lost SAS to the engine integrity. No, we lost SAS because we need to modify this. I'll do it tomorrow. We're going to be done for today, guys. Thank you so much for everybody that dropped in. I can't quite see. Hold on, let's see. How many? Just do a refresh. Can I refresh? There it is. We got 9 on the stream, so thank you so much for that. I do genuinely appreciate it. If you guys want to see some more of this brutalness, I will be live tomorrow. Don't forget to check out the playlist down below. We're always adding new stuff, and the content is getting better. It gets better as we get away from what's left on the PlayStation to post and move closer towards just doing PC content full time. So keep that in mind. Don't forget to make sure that you're subscribed with the notification bell turned on. We typically do Kerbal every Saturday and Sunday. Oh, which reminds me, guys, I will not be live, I think, the Sunday of Mother's Day, and next Sunday I won't be live, because next Sunday I have to go do some maintenance on my truck. I got to get some spark plugs put in, and then we're going to do the water pump and an oil change, and one of the hoses is a little squishy, so we're going to change that out. And hopefully that fixes all the problems I'm having and gets me ready for the summer, because the next thing I need is tires, and that's not going to be freaking cheap. And I am concerned that my front passenger side CV axle is going out, which that's going to be fun. So, yep, laters, guys. 10 of 8. Does the module... Okay. So, yep. I'll see you guys tomorrow, bright and early, 9:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I don't have an ending screen yet, so you get the standby starting screen. All right, guys, take it easy. I hope you guys have a great day, and see you tomorrow, I hope.